Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today we would like to invite you to watch the 2023 Ken Dunn East Coast Championships. I am your host, Adam Bama, and I'm here joined by
Ewan McLean. And we've got a treat for you tonight, folks. We are going to be starting off with a women's long course 200-meter IM swim-off. There were two swimmers who tied down to the 100th of a second this morning, and whoever wins this event will earn a spot in the final tonight in the women's 200-meter IM.
And these swimmers are Anna McDonald from the Aces and Addison Myers from the Halifax Trojans.
You can see at the top of your screen there, the Trojans already on their feet, getting ready to make some noise here. And Will Myers, hopefully, to a win and a spot in the finals tonight.
The crowd is electric here, waiting for these swimmers to do a swim-off.
Crowd already coming alive. This is a great way to set the tone for an exciting night of racing here tonight.
In lane 4, we have Anna McDonald from the Aces, and in lane 5, we have Addison Myers from the Halifax Trojans. And at the wall, they're touching in at a 36.30 for Anna McDonald, and for Addison, we have a 36.63.
As we said,
still within 0.3 seconds of each other.
As we said this morning, they tied down to the 100th of a second. They both came 8th place in the women's 200-meter IM with a 2:58.36.
They're looking like they're still neck and neck here. This is going to be a very, very close race, probably down to the wire, Ewan.
It would certainly appear that way, but it looks like lane 5 is pulling a little bit ahead here on the second half of the backstroke split. That is Myers from the Halifax Trojans.
Mind you, we don't know if Anna is better at breaststroke than Addison. That could be how she tied her last time.
This morning, McDonald had a breaststroke split about 2 seconds faster. McDonald had a split 2 seconds faster than Myers, so it looks like she's going to try to make up some ground here.
Both looking like some very clean breaststroke, nice glides.
McDonald in lane 4 is certainly trying to make a move, but Myers holding very strong in lane 5.
It's all going to come down to this last freestyle 50-meter.
And this morning it was Myers who had a slightly faster freestyle leg, but again, very closely matched, these two swimmers.
And that is Myers touching in with a time of 2:11.33, followed closely by Anna with a time of 2:12.79.
It's a little bit of a lead here for lane 5. That's Myers. And again, this morning, Myers had a faster freestyle split.
It does look like she's holding that distance up.
It does.
Both of these swimmers are swimming very, very strong considering they did this morning.
Certainly. It looks like they're both going to be under their 2:58.36 mark from the morning. The adrenaline you get from the swim-off can truly lead you to do some swims that you never might have even imagined were possible. Look at that. They're going to smash their times from this morning.
And it's looking like Addison's touching with a time of 2:49.74, followed closely by Anna with a time of 2:53.57. Both incredible swims, Ewan.
Both of these swimmers knocked off around 5 seconds or more from their morning times. They both have a lot to be proud of for that one.
Next up, we have Event 8, Men's 1,500-meter Freestyle.
And they have hit the water. This is the men's 1500 meter freestyle. In lane 1 from the Dartmouth Crusaders, Luke Ellis. Lane 2 from the Aces, Robert Popp. In lane 3 from the Aces, Silas Campbell. Lane 4 from the Trojans, Owen Nicholson. Lane 5 from the Mount Pearl Marlins, Felix Shepard. In lane 6 from the Sackville Waves, Ethan Kershaw. In lane 7 from the Pictou County Mariners, Luke McLean. And in lane 8 from the St. John's Legends, Matthew Earl.
It's looking like lane 4's Owen Nicholson is in the lead right now, but it's still a very close race with both Felix and Silas close by. Owen's going to flip at a time of 109.92, followed by Felix with a time of 102.57, followed then by Silas Campbell with a time of 102.79.
And Popp in lane 2 and Kershaw in lane 6 are also right there. It looks like those 5 swimmers have broken away a little bit, but they're all very close to each other right now.
And it's looking like over there in lane 4, we still have Owen Nicholson in the lead, but he's still very close by is Felix and Silas and Ethan and Luke. Owen Nicholson flipping in on a time of 2:08.35, followed then by Felix with a time of 2:09.70, followed then by lane 6, that's Ethan Kershaw with a time of 2:10.22.
We'd like to take a quick moment here to acknowledge some of our medalists from last night's session of racing. In the women's 12 and under 400 meter freestyle, in third place, Helena Tripp from the Kingston Blue Marlins. In second place from the St. John's Legends, Claire Chin, and your gold medalist from the Trojans, Mary Ellen Holland. In the women's 13 to 14 400 freestyle, in third place from the Trojans, Yale Bloom. In second from the St. John's Legends, Callie Simmons, and in first from the Aces, Mia Tomic. And for the 15 and over women's 400 free, in third place from the Crusaders, Catherine Dawson. In second from Swim Ottawa, Molly Barber. And your event winner from the Trojans, Aideen McGrath. But right now, it is looking like Owen Nicholson distancing himself just the slightest bit more from the rest of the field here, but still very strong swims across the board. Nicholson will flip at the 300 meter mark with a 3:15.04, followed by Felix Shepard with a 3:17.06, and then Kershaw with a 3:18.03.
Next up for our medalists, we have the men's 400 meter freestyle. In third place from St. John's Legends, we have Henry Pearson. In second place from the Toronto Swim Club, we have Cooper Scott. And in first place from the Aces, we have Jacob Fowler. For the 13 and under 400 meter freestyle medalists, 14 and 14-15 freestyle medalists, we have in third place from SWAT, Ethan Kershaw, who's actually in the water right now.
So we already know that Ethan Kershaw is a strong distance swimmer.
Then we have, in second place from the Aces, we have Silas Campbell, who's also in the water right now. And in first place from the Aces, we have Robert Popp, who is also in the water right now.
All three of the medalists in the men's 14 to 15 400 freestyle are having a little rematch here, and they all look very close right now, but it is Nicholson with a 4:22.22 in the lead at the 400 meter mark, followed by Shepard with a 4:24.94.
And now I will give you the 14-15 the 16 and over men's 400 meter freestyle. In third place from Mount Pearl Marlins, we have Felix Shepard, who is currently in the water right now. In second place from the Halifax Trojans, it's Owen Risk, who's currently in the lead right now. And in first place from the Rocks is Olivier Risk.
A lot of familiar faces. Distance is a very tough race to swim, so it makes sense. If you're good at the 400, that skill will translate to the 1500 as well, and these swimmers are showing it right now. It looks like Nicholson is looking very comfortable there in the lead, but Shepard is not far behind, folks. One familiar face we do not see in the water here for the 1500 is Olivier Risk from Rock Swimming, who won the 800 freestyle on day one finals of this meet. Perhaps saving some of his energy, he has the 200 fly later tonight, and I can only imagine that the 200 fly paired with the 1500 would make for a pretty tough night.
Well, the 200 fly is right after this. So
exactly.
I would definitely, if I was his coach, suggest picking one to choose.
Exactly. Seems like a strategic move, perhaps opting to focus on the 200 fly. It is still Nicholson in the lead, 500 meters into this race. And your medalists for the women's 12 and under 400 meter medley relay last night. In third place, the Halifax Trojans. In second place, also the Halifax Trojans. And your event winner was the St. John's Legends. For the women's 13 to 14 400 meter medley relay, in third place, Swim Ottawa. In second place, the Halifax Trojans. And your event winner, again, the St. John's Legends. For the women, 15 and over 400 medley relay, in third, the Toronto Swim Club. In second, the Halifax Trojans. And your event winner in that one, the Swim Ottawa. At the 600 meter mark, it is still Nicholson flipping in a 6:37.39. There is Shepard with a 6:42.36. Kershaw, Pop, and Campbell all battling again. We saw them battle last night in the 400 free, and they're having a little rematch here, all looking very competitive in their own right.
Now for your men's 13 and under 400 meter medley relay medalists, we have in third place from the Halifax Trojans, it's the Halifax Trojan Aquatic Club. In second place is the Aces, and in first place was Swim Ottawa. And for your men's 14-15 400 meter medley relay medalists, we have in third place the Dartmouth Crusaders. In second place, St. John Legends, and in first place is the Aces. And finally, your men's 400 meter medley relay for your 16 and over, we have in third place the Swim Ottawa. In second place, we have the Halifax Trojans. And in first place, we have Dartmouth Crusaders. And it does look like Owen Nicholson is still in the lead. He's lengthened his lead just a bit. He's doing a bit of a gallop freestyle right now, Ewan.
It's a very common strategy you'll see in these distance races, a slightly altered technique, just to try to preserve some of that energy. But Nicholson looking very controlled here as he approaches the 800 meter mark. And he flips in an 8:52.97, and here comes Shepard.
Shepard flips in at a time of 9 minutes and 0.07 seconds. Followed then by Robert Pott with a time of 9:06.54.
On day one, we've seen all of these swimmers from the 800 meter freestyle, and so far for the 800 meter split in this 1500 meter race, they're all within 10 seconds of their 800 meter time, which just goes to show that the consistency that is achieved in these distance swimmers is very, very comfortable holding these tough and fast paces.
Looking like Owen's coming in again for his 900-meter mark. Flipping in a time of 10 minutes, 0 seconds, 0.63 seconds. Milliseconds? It's milliseconds. Followed then by our boy Felix, flipping in a time of 10:08.92. And then Robert Pop slip in right now, and he's flipping in a time of 10:16.53.
Nicholson looking very poised here as he approaches, I believe, the 1,000-meter mark in this race. Swimming 1,000 meters in just over 11 minutes is very impressive. Nicholson, a swimmer very comfortable swimming these longer races, someone who has medaled in several open water competitions all the way over in Spain. Don't count out Felix Shepard flipping in an 11:17.83. Owen pulled a little bit ahead of him in the first half, but now Felix is keeping it consistent. They're going a very similar pace here in the back half of this race. The battle for third place and also the battle for gold in the men's 14 to 15 age group between Pop, Kershaw, and Campbell is also very intense here, as they're all holding pretty similar paces to each other as well.
Owen Nicholson looks like he's picking up the pace just slightly. He's really kicking those legs still in this later half. He's going to flip in at a time of 12:17.40. Followed by Felix. He's coming in. He's still kicking strong, which is very good to see in these later halves. Felix flips in at a time of 12:26.64.
And look at Pop and Kershaw. They are right there with each other. Pop flipping in a 12:36.64. Kershaw in a 37.57. Less than 1 second separates Pop and Kershaw. And whoever comes out on top will, again, win the 14 to 15 age group in this 1,500-meter freestyle.
And it's your boy, Owen Nicholson, flipping in a time of 3:25.84. He has 300 meters left.
Really bringing the legs into it now. Look at the kick on Nicholson here as he enters the final stretch of this race. And the same can be said about Felix Shepard, really using the legs here to drive it home. Here's an interesting situation that always happens in these distance races. So you have Pop in lane 2, Kershaw in lane 6. I have no doubt that on top of wanting to go a great time, they want to win this event for their age group. They both breathe every 2 strokes, meaning they look the same direction the whole time. When they are going up the pool the way they're swimming right now, they do not see each other at all. But on the way back, they will. So it looks like on the final stretch of this race, they will be looking at each other as it's going to come down to the wire between these two. But here comes Nicholson. Wow. Very strong here with 15 to go until the 200-meter remaining mark for Nicholson. Nicholson will flip with a time of 14:34.37. Nicholson's best time is a 16:39. He's going to be pretty close to that pace there. Felix with a 14:43.81. Hanging in right there.
It's looking like Roberts touched in at a time of 14:57.39. Owen Nicholson's coming in. He's going to be hearing that bell in a couple seconds. What do you think he's feeling right now?
I would have to imagine he's feeling pretty exhausted, but he's looking very strong here. Here comes the bell.
Can he hold out for this last 100 meters? Flipping in at a time of 15:42.49. Very strong.
Very strong. And here comes Shepard. There's Shepard's bell.
You can see him picking up his pace now.
Certainly can. This final push is crucial. It can make or break your race. Speaking of final pushes, look at the stroke rate on Pop, really picking it up here as he approaches the 1,400 meter mark.
Pop flips in at a time of 16:05.28.
And it looks like Pop has pulled away a bit here from Kershaw, had about a 3-second lead on him with 100 meters to go.
And we can see Owen now. He's swimming very strong still. He's got 25 meters to go. He's looking good. It almost looks like Felix is caught up on him just a hair.
It does look like Felix has made up a little bit of ground here. It will still be Nicholson touching first here on the finish.
But Nicholson's going to touch in with a time of 16:49.43. Fantastic swim.
Great swim there for Nicholson.
Next up, Felix will touch in with a time of 16:57.55.
Felix did in fact make up a little bit of ground there on Owen in the last 200 meters. And it looks like Pop has really turned it on here at the end. Kershaw's still right there with him, but I think it's going to be Pop with the touch here, folks. Pop with a 17:13.08, and there's Kershaw with a 17:15.67. Those two swimmers both dropped around 30 seconds off of their previous lifetime best times. Massive improvements for Pop and Kershaw. And there's Campbell touching lane 3. He will get third in the men's 14-15 category with that performance. And there is the bell for Matthew Earl of the Legends. He has 100 meters left to go in this one. Strong finish there for McLean in lane 7, and here comes in lane 1, that is Luke Ellis from the Crusaders. Ellis there dropped about 45 seconds off of his previous lifetime best. Massive swim there for Ellis in lane 1.
Next up, we have a women's 200-meter butterfly, Heat 1, 12 and under A finals.
Earl with a strong kick, high stroke rate into the finish, and he's going to touch in a time of, didn't pop up on the clock there, but it looked like a strong finish for Earl.
The times on the board are official. Next up, like I said, it's the women's 200-meter butterfly, 12 and under A final. In lane 3, we have Addison Myers from the Halifax Trojans. Lane 4 is Haley Pothier from SWAT. And lane 5 is Kira Higdon from St. John's Legends.
In lane 3, that is Addison Myers. If the name sounds familiar there, it is because we just saw her swim and win a 200 IM swim-off, and she is in the water again for 200 fly. A very tough event, a very tough set of events here.
I think those are two of the harder events in swimming.
And she'll have another 200 IM to swim later in the night because she won that swim-off. This is already shaping up to be a tough night here for Myers, but she is looking strong.
Really doing well today.
The great thing about some of these hard events, such as the 200 fly, is that all 3 of these swimmers, as long as they finish the race and do not wind up disqualified, will receive a medal. There's only 3 of them. They will come first, second, and third. It just determines the order. Right now, it looks like it is lane 5. That is Kara Higdon, just out of Pothier from SWAT, but it is close. And anything can happen in a 200 fly, Adam.
Yes. Yes, it can. I remember one of my 200 flies, I did a single arm stroke and got disqualified.
Well, hopefully the swimmers in the water right now know not to do that, because as long as they get through this race again, they will receive a medal as a reward just for completing the event.
Lane 5, we had Kira Higdon touching in a time of 1:18.91. Followed by Haley Pothier touching in a time of 1:20 point something.
And then in lane 3, that is Myers with a 1:28 something. Looking strong here.
It's looking like Kira Higdon has pulled away just a little bit.
That is how it appears.
This is the last, probably 125 meters, and they're looking still very strong. But these last 50 meters will hurt.
They're going to. There's no other way to put it. Fly is considered by many to be the toughest stroke, and this is the longest butterfly race offered in swimming, the 200-meter butterfly. 2:03.14 is the split for Higdon there. 2:07.75 for Pothier in lane 4, and 2:19.55 for Myers, as they all are on their final 50, final 25 actually there for Higdon. Looking very strong here.
Higdon's looking strong. She's breathing, everyone, but that's pretty much to be expected in these 200-meter races.
It really is. Your muscles will be screaming for oxygen here. They have exerted so much effort just to get this far into the race, but with 5 meters to go,
they're
Higdon still looks good.
Very good strokes, though.
Certainly.
Kira Higdon touches in with a time of 2:47.85. Followed then by Haley with a time of 2:55.36, sorry. And we still have Addison Myers swimming, and she is killing it, considering what she just did.
A 200 IM swim off. Again, a swim off where she dropped 10 seconds off.
That's incredible.
From the time she swam this morning, and
she touches in at a 3:09.31.
Great swims.
Fantastic swims.
And up next, we have the 13-14 A final for the women's 200 butterfly. In lane 1 from the Sackville Waves, Ruby Lee. Lane 2 from the Aces, Isabel Wilson. Lane 3 from the Mount Poor Marlins, Ellie Stafford. In lane 4 from the Trojans, Yale Bloom. In lane 5 from the St. John's Legends, Anna Rideout. Lane 6 from the Toronto Swim Club, Sarah Greenberg. Lane 7 from the St. John's Legends, Ariana Higdon. And in lane 8 from the Sackville Waves, Justine Silvero-Janikin. It's Bloom touching first by a comfortable margin, about 2.5 seconds over the rest of the field. In lane 4, that's Yale Bloom from the Trojans.
She's going out at a blistering pace. Let's see if she can keep this pace up.
If she can hold on, this is going to be a phenomenal swim, but 200 fly, there is a lot of swim left to go. It is not determined at the 50-meter mark.
That's right, Ewan. There is a lot of swim left to go. lane 4, that is Yale Bloom touching in a time of 1:11.68, followed then by lane 5, that's Anna Riddell with a time of 1:14.31, followed then by lane 6, that's Sarah Greenberg with a time of 1:15.52.
A 1:51.74 there for Bloom. So she is holding on. The concerns of her potentially opening the race a little too fast have been proven to be false, as she looks very strong here. Unfounded. Fantastic word there, Adam.
Thank you. Sometimes I do just say words, and I'm wrong when we have incredible swimmers like this Yale Bloom in the water. It does look like Anna Riddell is still holding on, though. But it does look like she will not be able to catch Yale Bloom. Yale Bloom will be touching in with a time of 2:32.36. Fantastic swim. Followed then by Anna Riddell with a time of 2:36.62. Followed then by lane 3, 6 is Sarah Greenberg with a time of 2:39.05. Yale Bloom actually took off 6 seconds from this morning.
Well, 200 fly is such a tough swim. Sometimes you got to wonder if they intentionally leave a little bit extra in the tank for when they swim it again at night. But either way, a 6-second drop is phenomenal for Bloom.
Next up, we have the 15 over A finals for the women's 200 meter butterfly. Madam referee. In lane 1, we have Aline Potvin from SWAT. Lane 2 is Obel Hussey from Halifax Trojans. Lane 3 is Anna Whitaker from Swim Ottawa. Lane 4 is Emma Jane Fowler from the Aces. Lane 5 is Eden McGrath from the Halifax Trojans. Lane 6 is Clara Durling from the Halifax Trojans. Lane 7 is Olivia Williams from the Wolfville Tritons. And in lane 8, it's Audrey Parker from the Truro Centurion.
And it's gonna be Emma Jane Fowler in lane 4 there with a 31.68 in first at the 50-meter mark. 2:23, very quick time this morning for Emma Jane Fowler. We'll see if she can match it or even surpass it here tonight.
And it is looking like Emma Jane Fowler is taking the lead a little bit here. She's going to touch in a time of 1:08.96, followed then by Aiden McGrath with a time of 1:09.98, followed then by Anna Whitaker with a time of 1:10.46.
A 1:47.22. It is still Emma Jane Fowler with the lead here. And she's looking very strong here with about 30 meters left to go for Fowler.
Fowler's looking strong. She's breathing every 2 right now, which is really good to see. Same with Aiden McGrath. And also Anna Whitaker's breathing every 2.
Very impressive stuff here. It's going to be Fowler touching first at the time of 2:25.35 in lane 4. Touching second will be Dean McGrath from the Trojans in lane 5 with a 2:27.56. And with a 2:31.46 in lane 3, that is going to be Anna Whitaker from Swim Ottawa for third. In lane 1 from King's Edge Hill Swimming, it's Harvey Hadley. In lane 2 from the Sackville Waves, Nicholas Matteau. In lane 3 from the Toronto Swim Club, Jake Redfern. In lane 4 from the Kingston Blue Marlins, Ryan Leighton Matthews. Lane 5 from Nickel City Aquatics, James Mongen. Lane 6 from North Bay Titans, Owen Boss. In lane 7 from the Sackville Waves, Ben Levitt. And in lane 8, it is actually the 13 and under, the only 13 and under swimmer. It is Brody McPherson from the Crusaders. As long as Brody gets through this race, he will be your gold medalist here in the men's 200-meter butterfly 13 and under category. It looks like lane 4, Ryan Leighton Matthews has the lead, but strong showing here in lane 5, and even up there in lane 1, that's Harvey Hadley in lane 1, and James Mongen from Nickel City Aquatics in lane 5. A 106.01 will be the split there for Ryan Leighton Matthews. Less than a second behind is Mongen for the Nickel City Aquatics. And there's McPherson, your 13 and under swimmer in this heat, in lane 8, touching in a 1:23.07. Touching first with a 2:17.58. Wow, that is a fast swim for Ryan Leighton Matthews from the Kingston Blue Marlins in lane 5. That is James Mongen from Nickel City Aquatics. And can he hold on? He does. In lane 1 from King's Edge Hill Swimming, it's Harvey Hadley with a 2:28.92 for third.
That Ryan Leighton Matthews took off 4 seconds from the swim this morning.
And that's a swim that was already quite quick to begin with. Great showing there from Ryan Leighton Matthews.
Next up, we have the men's 16 over 200-meter butterfly. But we still have Brody McPherson in the water.
And Brody's going to touch. His time is not there on the clock yet, but he did touch in a 2:55.49. There it is. Congratulations to Brody. He is your event winner for the men's 13 and under 200-meter butterfly, as well as a 4-second drop from the morning, 4.5 seconds even.
In lane 1, we have Alex Josen Humble from the Crusaders. Lane 2 is Louis Loulon from the Rocks. Lane 3 is Will Myrer from the Crusaders. Lane 4 is Daniel Pierce from Mount Pearl Marlins. Lane 5, Luke Atomic from the Aces. Lane 6, Olivier Risk from Rocks. Lane 7 is Zachary Pantaroto from Swim Ottawa. And in lane 8, Ryan Hull.
Myra actually came third in this event at the AUS Championships this previous February in Newfoundland, but he's got his work cut out for him here today, as it is a tough field he's going up against. But it is lane 5 touching first, and that is going to be Luke Atomic at the 50-meter mark.
Wow, these two swimmers, Daniel and Luke, are just killing it here. It looks like Daniel's touching in a time of 101.16, followed by lane 5, that's Luke Atomic with a time of 101.85, followed then by lane 7, that's Zachary Pantaroto with a time of 101 something.
.135.84 for Pierce there is first to the wall, but right on his heel, less than half a second behind in lane 5 is Luke Atomic. This is going to come down to the last 50, and it is always a very exciting race when a 200 butterfly is this tough. You know the swimmers are feeling it, but they're going to have to push through the pain here. Pierce and Atomic neck and neck with 25 meters to go. It looks like Pierce is pulling ahead a bit here.
And it's looking like Will Myrer is trying to push for that third position.
But I think right now it is lane 6 in that third position, and that is
Olivier Risk.
It is. 2:10.88 for Daniel Pierce. Huge drop from this morning. A 2:12.04 for Atomic in lane 5, and a 2:13.48 for Risk. That wraps up the men's 200 butterfly. Our next event, event 47, the women's 100-meter freestyle.
12 and under, a final. It's an important thing to say, Ewan. The people need to know.
In lane 1 for the St. John's Legends, Emily Wardle. Lane 2 for the North Bay Titans, Naomi Sobain. In lane 3 for the Halifax Trojans, Mary Ellen Holland. Lane 4 for the St. John's Legends, Claire Chin. In lane 5 for the Kingston Blue Marlins, Helena Tripp. In lane 6 from the Toronto Swim Club, Sophie Tigert. Lane 7 from the Aces, Macy Larravie. And in lane 8 from the Truro Centurions, Autumn Colstein. A slight lead here for Chin, but it is close. Mary Ellen Holland in lane 3 and Helena Tripp in lane 5 are right there with her. It is Chin at the touch with a 101.86, followed by in lane 3, that is Mary Ellen Holland with a 102.67, and then with a 103.32 in lane 5, that's Helena Tripp from the Kingston Blue Marlins.
Times on the board are official. Next up, we have Heat 2, women's 13-14, 200-meter freestyle. A final. The swimmers are now being asked to step down. In lane 1, we have Esther Sinha from Toronto Swim Club. Lane 2 is Danica Licora from Swim Ottawa. Lane 3 is Julia Collins from Kingston Blue Marlins. Lane 4 is Mia Tomic from the Aces. Lane 5 is Chloe Radsky from the Kingston Blue Marlins. Lane 6 is Kendra Slade from Sidon. Lane 7 is Maya Rasick from the Halifax Trojans. And in lane 8 is Shona Cassidy from the Aces. And Mia Tomic is coming in with a time of 28.78. That's a very quick split, Ewan.
Very quick indeed. She went a 1:00 this morning. You'd have to imagine she's looking to break that 1 minute barrier here tonight. We'll see if she can do it. 25 meters left to go for Tomic.
A time of 28 is a very good time to have going into your last 50 for a sub-minute. It's looking like she's really putting the pedal to the metal here.
She certainly is. I think it'll come down to the touch here. It looks like it will be Tomic, but what is she going to go?
She's going to 1:00:53, followed then by lane 5. That's Chloe Radsky with a time of 1:01.98, followed then by lane 6, is that, and then they went a 1:02.21. Next up, we have the 15 over women's 100-meter freestyle A final.
And they have hit the water. This is a very close heat here, just over a second separating the entire field. In lane 1 from Swim Ottawa, Claire Bolt. Lane 2 for the Crusaders, Cassidy Carell. In lane 3 from Swim Ottawa, Danielle Moss. Lane 4 from the Crusaders, Rachel Blackmore. Lane 5 from the Halifax Trojans, Julie Nolan McCarthy. Lane 6 from Swim Ottawa, Molly Barber. In lane 7 from the Truro Centurions, Ava Nettleton. And in lane 8 from the Toronto Swim Club, Kiera Scott. At the 50, it's going to be Blackmore with a 28.22, followed very closely behind by Barber from Swim Ottawa. Barber won the 50 freestyle already, so we know she can sprint, but Blackmore has proven to be a very strong sprinter in her own right, so this one will be close here, folks. It looks like Barber's making a move here. Very close finish unfolding here in the Dowplex tonight. Who's going to get the touch? Oh, it's a tie. Lane 6 and lane 4, it is going to be Rachel Blackmore and Molly Barber tying for gold. And then taking the bronze with a 1:00.11 is going to be Julie Nolan McCarthy from the Trojans.
Next up, we have the best of the rests. 100-meter freestyle, women's. In lane 1, we have Isabella Dean from Rocks. In lane 2, we have Ella Summers from Kingston Blue Marlins. Lane 3 is Isabella Mallinson from the Masters. Lane 4 is Maya Goal from Toronto Swim Club. Lane 5 is Isabella Chumari from Swim Ottawa. Lane 6 is Isla Pulsifer from Swim Ottawa. Lane 7 is Lily McLean from Fast. And lane 8 is Maria McDougall from the Halifax Churchill. You and any relation?
Again, not that I know of, but it is right now lane 4. Very close race here between 4 and 6, just 2/100ths of a second between Goal and Pulsifer at the 50-meter mark. This is a near dead heat here between a number of swimmers.
It does look like Isabel Mallinson is in the lead a little bit, but I don't know. That is lane 6.
Oh.
That's Isla Pulsifer touching in with a time of 102.05, followed then by Isabel with a time of 102.08, followed then by lane 5. That's Isabel Chumari with a time of 102.19.
Wow. Yeah. Less than 4/10 separating the top 6 swimmers in that heat. That was a very close one, but we are on to event 48. That is the men's 100-meter freestyle, and we're going to start off with the 13 and under A final.
It is, Ewan.
And they hit the water in lane 1 for the Pictou County Mariners. Luke Prest in lane 2 from the Aces. Jacob Fowler. Lane 3 from Swim Ottawa. Henry DeVlieger. Lane 4 from the Trojans. Ethan Daniel. Lane 5 from the St. John's Legends. Nathan Wilson. In lane 6 from the Toronto Swim Club. Cooper Scott. In lane 7 from the Crusaders. Joshua Tumenpil. In lane 8 from Swim Ottawa is Elliot Molds. 28.65 opening split there for Daniel. Very quick, but not too far behind is lane 5. That's Nathan Wilson. Daniel and Wilson have been dominating this age group here at this meet, and they are having a head-to-head battle here in the 100 free. But it looks like Daniel has the lead here with 25 meters left to go.
Daniel's got about a body length on him. And he's going to touch in with a time of 59.11. Followed then by Nathan Wilson with a time of 1:00.61. Then it's lane 3's Henry DeVilger with a time of 1:03.01.
Daniel looks very happy with that one. I have no doubt that was his first time breaking the minute barrier here long course in the 100 freestyle, so he is pumped about that, to say the least.
Of course, that's a big milestone. I think that's one of the bigger ones.
It definitely is. The sub 1 minute, getting rid of that minute time altogether. Looks very nice on the clock up there. Quick swim for a number of swimmers in that one, and that brings us to the 14 to 15 men's 100 freestyle A final.
Because that is important. In lane 1, we have Jim Jaya from Mount Pearl Marlins. In lane 2 is Dmitry Popkov with the Halifax Trojans. Lane 3 is Eugene Legg from SWAT. Lane 4 is Robert Pop from the Aces. Lane 5 is Aiden Airy from the Crusaders. Lane 6 is Carter King from St. John's Legends. Lane 7 is Ewan Von Stratton with Swim Ottawa. And lane 8 is Logan Goose. That's also Robert Pop, who was just swimming the 1500.
And now he is on the complete other end, really trying to sprint here. But notice how he not only won the 1500, he is seated first here in the 100 freestyle. Very strong freestyle.
It does look like he's a little behind here.
Eugene Legg here from SWAT.
Absolutely sending it. But Pop is holding on hard. He actually looks like he's catching on him a little bit, but I don't think it'll be enough.
A phenomenal sprinter here is Legg, and he's going to touch it very fast.
Wow.
56-17 for Legg for gold. In second place, it is Robert Coffin, 57-18 from the Aces. And lane 1 sneaking in for third there. That is Jim Gia with a 57-94. We're having a little delay here, folks. Looks like a potential technical difficulty, but as soon as we are back, we will get underway with the 16 and over A final in the men's 100 freestyle. Summers just trying to stay relaxed and stay focused here behind the blocks as they await the whistle from the referee. Lane 1 for the Dartmouth Crusaders, Oliver DeWood. In lane 2, also from the Crusaders, Agaron Ramos. In lane 3 from the St. John's Legends, Aiden Carroll. Lane 4 from the Kingston Blue Marlins, Ben Winterborn. Lane 5 for the Trojans, Hassan Hosni. Lane 6 from the Mount Poor Marlins, Darcy Butler. Lane 7 from the Aces, Luke Atomic. And in lane 8 from Somatua, Michael McCormick. Very fast heat here. All the times ranging in the 54 to 55 second range. So we're in for a treat here with this one. First the wall is lane 5. That is Hassan Hosni with a 26.06. It looks like Winterborn with a slight lead, but Hassan Hosni looking very strong here in his own right. It is Winterborn with a touch with a 53.78. Second place will be Hassan Hosni of the Trojans in lane 5 with a 54.42. And third place in lane 3, that is Aiden Carroll with a 54.71.
Next up, we got Heat 4, Best of the Rest. Madam Referee. In lane 1, we got Nicholas Wallace from the Crusaders. Lane 2 is Zachary Marquez from Halifax Trojans. Lane 3 is Ryan Atmemar from Rocks. Lane 4 is Kayla McGregor from Swim Ottawa. Lane 5 is Keelan Bellis from the Halifax Trojans. Lane 6 is John Cluette from the Crusaders. Lane 7 is Sean Malik from the Kingston Blue Marlins. And lane 8 is Liam Tweedy from the Mount Pearl Marlins. And your first to touch here is lane 5. That's Keelan Bellis with a time of 26.60. Followed by lane 4. That's Kayla McGregor with a time of 26.84. Followed then by lane 3. That's Ryan Atmeyer. So looking like a very close race, but it's looking like lane 5's Keelan Bellis is pulling ahead just a hair. Let's see how this plays out. Keelan Bellis is pulling away by a good margin here. He's going to touch in with a time of 55.21. Followed then by lane 3, that's Ryan Atmeyer with a time of 56.84. Followed then by lane 4, that's Kayla McGregor with a time of 56.94.
The times are official, which brings us to event 49. That's the women's 200-meter IM. And there, off in lane 1, we have Kiera Higdon from the St. John's Legends. Lane 2, Poppy Andrews from the Toronto Swim Club. Lane 3, Sophie Tigert from the Toronto Swim Club. Lane 4, Harlow LeBlanc from the St. John's Legends. Lane 5, Claire Chin from the St. John's Legends. In lane 6, Maggie Schmidt-Stutzman from the Kingston Blue Marlins. In lane 7, Haley Potier from the Sackville Waves. And in lane 8, Addison Myers, who we saw earlier tonight win the 200-meter IM swim-off. And she is doing her third swim of the night already for Myers.
It's looking like Harlow LeBlanc is ahead right now, but with something like IM, these can swing drastically from stroke to stroke. I know for me, whenever I'm doing IM, I'm always well behind in the backstroke and always catch up and maybe get ahead in the breaststroke.
And for me, it is quite the opposite. Breaststroke, by far my weakest stroke. When I used to swim IM, I always had to just try to get myself as much cushion as possible, so when that breaststroke leg hit, the damage would be minimal. But LeBlanc looking very strong here through the first half, flipping in a 1:15.59 in lane 4 there. And it looks like lane 5, that is LeBlanc's teammate Claire Chin making a move here. We've seen Chin win the 50 breaststroke already this weekend, so we know that she has a strong breaststroke leg. It may come down to the freestyle between these two teammates.
Let's see how this freestyle plays out.
It is Higdon, and we may be witnessing a St. John's Legend sweep as it is the Legends in 1, 2, and 3 there at the 150-meter mark.
It does look like Claire Chin is keeping her lead. Can Harlow LeBlanc hold on to her second place here? Claire's going to touch in with a time of 2:39.49. Coming in second place is Harlow LeBlanc with a time of 2:43.46. Followed then by lane 1, that's Kira Higdon with the time of 2:44.38. That is a St. John's sweep.
That competes the sweep for the St. John's Legends. I'm sure that has to feel amazing. I'm sure they've trained these individual medley practices together. And a great showing for all 3 of these swimmers, all 8 of these swimmers in the heat, but specifically the sweep we just witnessed for the St. John's Legends.
In lane 1, we have Ellie Stafford from Mount Pro Marlins. Lane 2 is Amelia Young from the St. John Legends. Lane 3 is Isabel Wilson from the Aces. Lane 4 is Anna Ridow from the St. John Legends. Lane 5 is Kaylee Simmons from the St. John's Legends. In lane 6 is Etta McClellan from the Halifax Trojans. Lane 7 is Maya Rassick from the Halifax Trojans. And in lane 8, we have Danica Lakari from Swim Ottawa. Ewan, is St. John's Legends known for their IM game?
Well, it would certainly seem that way right now. 2 consecutive heats with the Legends at the top 2 seeds, and we have potential for another sweep here.
We do.
If Amelia Young can move up in the rankings, but right now it is lane 7 with a 33-33. That's Maya Rassick from the Trojans touching first.
It does look like your lane 4 swimmer, Anna Ridow, has pulled ahead just a little bit, with lane 1, Ellie Stafford, being, I think, in second place. I don't know, though. We'll have to find out at these walls. It's looking like your lane 6 swimmer, Etta McClellan, is in second. But it's looking like in lane 4, we have Anna Ridow with a time of 1:13.27, followed by lane 7, Maya Rassick with a time of 1:15.41, followed then by lane 6, that's Etta McClellan with a time of 1:15.58.
Touching first is lane 4 with a 2:01.73. That is Anna Ridout for the St. John's Legends. But it is close. There's a lot of people right on her tail, and it's going to come down to the freestyle leg here at the end of the IM race.
It does look like Anna Ridow is able to keep them back a little bit. She is pulling away from Isabel Wilson, but her teammate, Kaylee Simmons, is pulling up too. Let's see what time these ladies get. Anna Ridow touches in time 2:36.62. Lane 7 is Maya Rassick with a time of 2:37.71. Followed then by lane 3, that's Isabel Wilson with a time of 2:37.84. Fantastic swimming, Ewan.
Fantastic swimming indeed. A great showing from that heat, and that brings us to the 15 and over A final for the women's 200 IM. In lane 1 from the Toronto Swim Club, Abby Owen. Lane 2 from the Aces, Emma Jane Fowler. In lane 3 from Swim Ottawa, Isla Pulsifer. Lane 4 from the Trojans, Julie Nolan McCarthy. Lane 5 from Swim Ottawa, Isabella Chimera. Lane 6 from the Toronto Swim Club, Maya Goal. Lane 7 from the Crusaders, Alaya Bloom. And in lane 8 from the Truro Centurions, it's Phoebe Hickox.
It's looking like lane 4 is Jolie Nolan MacArthur, or lane 5, sorry. That is Isabel Chimura with a time of 109.53, followed then by lane 7's Aaliyah Bloom with a time of 109.68, followed then by lane 4, that's Jolie Nolan McCarthy with a time of 1 something.
But Julie Nolan McCarthy on the breaststroke leg here is going to be dangerous. She has already swept the breaststroke events this weekend, so we know that she is going to be making up ground and
that's
getting
my
herself
kind of
a
swimmer
lead
right
here.
there, Ewan. Breaststroke or
breaststroke.
nothing.
Well, it seems like she's got breaststroke with a little bit of everything, as she's having a strong showing in the IM here, but breaststroke especially a strong point for McCarthy. And it will be McCarthy who's got herself just about over a second of a lead here over lane 5, Chimera.
Can she hold that lead in this next 50 meters, Ewan?
We will see also a strong freestyler. We saw her earlier in the 100 freestyle, but Chimera.
It does look like she's pulled away just slightly.
And it does with 25 to go. It's looking like Nolan McCarthy.
Let's see what she touches in with. Nolan McCarthy's touched in with a time of 2:25.36, followed then by lane 5 with a 2:28.25. That's Isabel. Followed then by lane 3. That's Isla Pulsifer with a time of 2:32.58. Fantastic swimming.
Up next is the best of the rest heat for the women's 200-meter IM.
That is right, Ewan. In lane 1, we have Alina McDonald from the Crusaders. Lane 2 is Angie Gittins from the Halifax Trojans. Lane 3 is Obel Hussey from the Halifax Trojans. Lane 4 is Hannah Greenberg from the Toronto Swim Club. Lane 5 is Yadon McGrath from the Halifax Trojans. Lane 6 is Lily Sheridan from the Toronto Swim Club. Also from the Toronto Swim Club is Heather Kolb. In lane 8, we have Maria McDougall from the Halifax Trojans. It's looking like Hannah Greenberg is in first right now in this backstroke leg, but I couldn't see lane 6 very well. That's not Jacob Fowler. That's Lily Sheridan, who's going to touch first. It's looking like Lily will with a time of 1:10.74, followed then by Hannah Greenberg with a time of 1:12.15, then followed by Eden McGrath with a time of 1:12.92.
I'll just quickly run through some of our medalists from the 200 butterfly from earlier in the night. In third place for the women's 12 and under 200 butterfly, Addison Myers. Second place, Haley Pothier from the Sackville Waves. And in first from the St. John's Legends, Kiara Higdon. For the women's 13 to 14 200 butterfly, in third place from the Toronto Swim Club, Sarah Greenberg. In second from the St. John's Legends, Anna Rideout. And in first from the Halifax Trojans, Yale Bloom. In third place for the 15 and over category from Swim Ottawa, Anna Whitaker. In second from the Trojans, Aideen McGrath. And in first from the Aces, Emma Jane Fowler.
In lane 4, we have Hannah Greenberg touching in first with a time of 2:32.58, followed then by Eden McGrath with a time of 2:34.57, followed then by lane 6, that's Lily Sheridan with a time of 2:37.14.
And for the men's 200 meter IM 13 and under A final, in lane 1 from the Aces, Vasil Krupanen. In lane 2 from the Legends, Nathan Wilson. Lane 3 from Swim Ottawa, Henry DeVlieger. Lane 4 from the Crusaders, Brody McPherson. In lane 5 from the Marlins, Owen Carew. Lane 6 from the Aces, Jacob Fowler. In lane 7 from Fast, Nolan McDougall. And in lane 8 from the Toronto Swim Club, Cooper Scott. For your men's 200 meter fly medalists for the 13 under, we have in first and only place is the Dartmouth Crusaders with Brody McPherson. For the 14 and overs, we have in second place, we have you, and you can read this. That's great.
And your 16 and over medalist we have from third place, Rocks, is Olivier Risk. With second place being from the Aces, that's Luca Tomic. And in first place from Mount Bro Marlins is Daniel Pierce.
IM races are so often determined by the breaststroke leg, but it is still Carew in first with the 111.70 at the 150, but it is close. Oh, what? That is not correct. That was the 100 meter split that's popped up again there. My apologies, folks. Here is the 150 meter split. It is lane 4 with a 156.23. That's Brody McPherson. That's a swimmer you've seen top the podium, are on the podium plenty of times, a provincial record holder in several different breaststroke events, and he is moving here on the freestyle leg. Brody already won the 200 butterfly earlier tonight, and he is looking to top the podium again here in the 200 IM, and it's looking like he's going to do it. But Carew's making up ground here.
Brody is an absolute champ of a swimmer right there.
A 2:32.13 for Brody will be good for first. In second, in lane 5 with a 2:34.51 is Carew from the Marlins. And in lane 2 with a 2:34.86, that's Nathan Wilson from the Legends.
Next up, we have the men's 14-15 200 meter IMA finals. In lane 1, we have Austin Heinbuck from the Aces. Lane 2 is Leon Bautista from the Crusaders. Lane 3 is James Travers from the St. John Legends. And lane 4 is Ethan Kershaw from SWAT. Lane 5 is Declan Sweetnam from Swim Ottawa. Lane 6 is Silas Campbell from the Aces. Lane 7 is Owen Bass from the North Bay Titans. And in lane 8 is Luke Ellis from the Crusaders.
We have plenty of tough swimmers in this heat. Kershaw, Campbell, and Ellis all earlier tonight competed in the 1500 freestyle, and they're back in the water again here for the 200 IM. And right now it is Kershaw, in fact, in lane 4 who has the lead with 15 meters to go in the backstroke portion of this race.
Kershaw's going to touch in at a time of 104.82, followed then by lane 2. That's Leon Bautista with a time of 106.67, followed then by lane 5. That's Declan Sweetnam with a time of 108.25.
At the 150 meter mark, it is now lane 5. Declan Sweetnam with a slight lead over Kershaw, but Kershaw, a strong freestyler. He's trying to run down Sweetnam here with 25 to go. We'll see if he can do it here. It looks like Sweetnam will hold strong with 5 to go. He still has a lead, and he will touch in a 2:19.99, just under the 2:20 mark there for Sweetnam. Touching second will be Kershaw in lane 4 with a 2:22.92, and in lane 3, that is James Travers from the Legends with a 2:24.65 for third. In lane 1 from the Trojans, Kalen Bellis. In lane 2 from the St. John's Legends, Aiden Carroll. Lane 3 from the Mount Par Marlins, Daniel Pierce. In lane 4 from Rock Swimming, Logan Milne. Lane 5 from the Halifax Trojans, Owen Nicholson. Lane 6 from Swim Ottawa, Zachary Pantaroto. In lane 7 from the Crusaders, Alex Johnson Humble. And in lane 8 from the Marlins, Darcy Butler. Touching first is Kalen Bellis, actually, from the Trojans with a 27.78. Very fast opening split there for Kalen. I'd like to take a moment here to quickly run through some of our medalists that we've seen tonight in the 100 freestyle, starting with the women's 12 and under freestyle medalists. In third place from the Kingston Blue Marlins, Helena Tripp. In second from the Halifax Trojans, Mary Ellen Holland, and your gold medal winner, Claire Chin. But right now in the pool, it looks like a very close race here. Stroke for stroke are Milne and Nicholson, but we know that Logan Milne, a very strong breaststroker, winning the 200 earlier this weekend. But Nicholson, a strong IM swimmer in general. He already swam the 1500. We will see if that plays a role here in how he performs in the back half of this race. But Milne is looking very strong, as is Bellis in lane 1. The 13 to 14 medalists in the women's 100 freestyle. In third place from the Kingston Blue Marlins, Chloe Rudsky. In second from the Poseidon Swim Club, Kendra Slade. And in first from the Aces is Mia Tomic. And for the 15 and over medalist in the women's 100 free, in third for the Trojans, Julie Nolan McCarthy. In second from Swim Ottawa, Molly Barber. And your winner, Molly Barber and Rachel Blackmore tied for first. So your gold medal winners, Molly Barber and Rachel Blackmore, with Julie Nolan McCarthy taking the bronze. It's looking like Milne here, but Nicholson's trying to run him down with 25 to go.
Can he do it? Yes, he can.
It's looking like he's going to. It's going to come down to the touch here between Nicholson and Milne. The Trojans coming alive. Rock Swimming coming alive at the touch. It's going to be Nicholson by 1/10 of a second over Milne. A 2:14.11 is good for gold for Nicholson. A 2:14.21 for Milne will be good for silver. And in lane 3 with a 2:18.59, that is Daniel Pierce, who we've already seen win the 200-meter butterfly earlier tonight. An Ironman performance here from Pierce. And that brings us to the best of the rest heat for the men's 200-meter IM.
In lane 1, we have Joel Thomas from Mount Pearl Marlins. Lane 2, also from the Mount Pearl Marlins, is Liam Tweedy. Lane 3, also from the Mount Pearl Marlins, is Felix Shepard. Lane 4 is Thomas Best from St. John Legends. Lane 5 is Kyler Bellamy from the Toronto Swim Club. Lane 6 is Hassan Hosni from the Halifax Trojans. Lane 7 is Louis Lulan from the Rocks. Lane 8 is Nelson Daniels from SWAT.
It's looking like Thomas Best in lane 4 here with a slight lead, but it is a very close heat.
Hassan Hosni is very close behind. Also, Felix Shepard. Felix Shepard, we've heard of him a bunch this weekend.
We have, I believe that's Liam Tweedy there in lane 2.
Lane 4, that's Thomas Best, touching with a time of 1:07.32, followed then by Kyler Bellamy with a time of 1:08.02, followed then by Liam Tweedy with a time of 1:08.47. Fantastic swimming so far.
Tweedy, a strong breaststroker, and he's looking to make up some ground here on Best and Bellamy.
And at the 150-meter mark, we have lane 4, that is Thomas Best with a time of a 1:48.57, followed then by lane 5, that's Kyler Bellamy with a time of 1:49.63, followed then by lane 2, that's Liam Tweedy with a time of 1:50.52. It does look like Thomas Best has a lead right here, but let's see if Kyler Bellamy can catch up to him. It doesn't look like that's happening, Ewan. Spoke too soon.
Best is looking quite strong here, surging into the wall with 5 to go.
He's going to touch in with a time of 2:21.88, followed then by Kyler Bellamy with a time of 2:22.93, followed then by lane 7, that's Louis Lulan with a time of 2:25.24.
That wraps up our 200-meter IM medalist, or 200-meter IM event, and that brings us to the women's 50-meter backstroke. We will take a quick break here while the officials move down to the shallow end. But in the meantime, I'll run through the medalists in the men's 100-meter freestyle. In third place from Swim Ottawa, Henry DeVlieger. In second from St. John's Legends, Nathan Wilson. And in first, Ethan Daniel from the Trojans. For the men's 14 to 15 category in the 100-meter free. In third, Jim Gia from the Mount Pearl Marlins. In second, Robert Pop from the Aces. And Eugene Legg from the Sackville Waves in first. For the men's 16 and over 100-meter freestyle, in third, Aiden Carroll from the Legends. In second, Hassan Hosni from the Halifax Trojans. And in first, Ben Winterborn from the Kingston Blue Marlins. In lane 1 for the Halifax Trojans, Arwen Middleton Meekin. In lane 2 from the Legends, Gil Smith. Lane 3 from the Legends, Harlow LeBlanc. In lane 4 from the Kingston Blue Marlins, Helena Tripp. Lane 5 from the Legends, Maddie Latta. In lane 6 from the Legends, Emily Wardle. In lane 7 from the Mount Pleasant Marlins, Claire Comerford. And in lane 8 from the Trojans, it is Pippi Stiles. Touching first with a 32.61, very fast swim there for Tripp. Touching second in lane 5 is Maddie Latta from the Legends, and in third, Harlow LeBlanc from the Legends.
Times on the board are official. Next up, we have 13-14, A final, women's 50-meter backstroke. In lane 1, we have Marnie Bishop from the Halifax Trojans. Lane 2 is Reagan Chesney from the Kingston Blue Marlins. Lane 3 is Avery Stade from the Halifax Trojans. Lane 4 is Mia Tomic from the Aces. Lane 5 is Chloe Ratsky from the Kingston Blue Marlins. Lane 6 is Angela Levac from the Aces. Lane 7 is Abby Bont. James Bond from the Greenwood Dolphins. And in lane 8 is Julia Collins from the Kingston Blue Marlins.
At the touch, it's going to be lane 4. That is Mia Tomic from the Aces. In lane 6, touching second, will be Angela Levac from the Aces. And in third, in lane 3, will be Avery Stade from the Trojans. In lane 1 from the Mount Pearl Marlins, Abby Andrews. Lane 2 from the Trojans, Charlotte Evans. In lane 3 from Swim Ottawa, Gwen Kresge. Lane 4 from the Blue Nose Masters is Isabel Melanson. Lane 5 from the Trojans, Clara Durling. Lane 6 from the Crusaders, Sophia Dean. In lane 7 from Swim Ottawa, Danielle Moss. And in lane 8 from the Toronto Swim Club is Lily Sheridan. Isabel Melanson, a very strong backstroke sprinter this morning, had a 30.8, very quick time. We'll see if she can improve on it tonight. And she goes a 31.00, just off her mark from this morning, but still good enough for gold. And second in lane 5 with a 31.99 is Clara Durling from the Trojans. Touching third in lane 3 with a 32.04 will be Gwen Kresge from Swim Ottawa. Times on the board are official, and that brings us to the best of the rest heat for the women's 50-meter backstroke.
In lane 1, we have Julia Toms from St. John Legends. In lane 2, we have Ava Nelson from the True Centurion. Lane 3 is Rachel Blackmore from the Crusaders. Lane 4 is Aaliyah Bloom from the Crusaders. Lane 5 is Abby Owen from the Toronto Swim Club. Lane 6 is Rosalind Tate from the Crusaders. Lane 7 is Madeline Bakey from the Halifax Trojans. And in lane 8 is Jada Hartley from the NCA, which is the Nichols City Aquatics. In first place is lane 4. That is Aaliyah Bloom with a time of 32.95. In second place is Abby Owen with a time of 33.30, followed by Rosalind Tate with a time of 30-something. Next up, we have a men's 50-meter backstroke, 13 and under, A final.
In lane 1 for the Kingston Blue Marlins, Dylan Downey. Lane 2 from the Pictou County Mariners, Seth Prest. Lane 3 from the Sackville Waves, Joel Phillips. Lane 4 from the Crusaders, Joshua Tumenpil. Lane 5 from the Marlins, Owen Carew. Lane 6 from the Toronto Swim Club, Quinton Dixon. Lane 7 from the Legends, Henry Pearson. And in lane 8 from the Kingston Blue Marlins, Devin Jansen. It's going to be a competitive race here. We'll see who gets the touch. It is lane 4 in a 33.48. That is Joshua Tumenpil from the Crusaders in first. Second in lane 3 with a 33.61 is Joel Phillips from the Sackville Waves. And Owen Carew from the Mount Pearl Marlins with a 33.71 will come third. And that brings us to the 14 to 15 men's 50-meter backstroke A final.
In lane 1 is James Mangion from Nichols City. In lane 2 is Leon Bautista from the Crusaders. Lane 3 is Ewan Von Strand from Swim Ottawa. Lane 4 is James Travers from St. John Legends. Lane 5 is Dmitry Papkov with the Halifax Trojans. Lane 6 is Jim Jaya from the Mount Pearl Marlins. Lane 7 is Carter King from St. John Legends. And lane 8 is Jason Wen from Swim Ottawa. And touching first is James Traverse with a time of 28.68, followed by Dmitry Popkov with a time of 29.33, and coming in third is Ewan Van Strand with a time of 29.52.
Those times of the previous heat were official, and that brings us to the 16 and over A final for the men's 50 backstroke. In lane 1 from the Crusaders, John Cluett. Lane 2 from the Crusaders, Oliver DeWood. Lane 3 from Swim Ottawa, Michael McCormick. In lane 4 from the Kingston Blue Marlins, Ben Winterborn. Lane 5 from the Gander Lakers, Matt LaCour. Lane 6 from the Aces, Luke Atomic. Lane 7 from Rock Swimming, Logan Milne. And lane 8 from the Crusaders is Will Myrer. Touching first in lane 4 with a 27.97 will be Ben Winterborn from the Kingston Blue Marlins. Lane 5 touching second is Matt LaCour from the Gander Lakers with a 28.47 and a 28.71. And lane 3 will be good for third, and that is Michael McCormick from Swim Ottawa.
Next up, we have the best of the rests. Madam Referee.
Is there 2 guys down there, or is it just 1? David Sharp.
Seems like everyone's discussing something down there. There might have been a disqualification. We'll find out in a minute. There's been a disqualification. Heat 3, lane 8. In lane 1, we have Maxwell Hall-Smith from the Aces. Lane 2 is Kayla McGregor from Swim Ottawa. Lane 3 is Sean Malik from the Kingston Blue Marlins. Lane 4 is Liam MacArthur from the Quarterbrook Rapids. Lane 5 is John Earl from the Crusaders. Lane 6 is Zachary Marquez from the Halifax Trojans. Lane 7 is Nathan Keaton from the Pictou County Mariners. And lane 8 is Gleb Polokanikin from the Crusaders. Touching in first is lane 4, that's Liam MacArthur with a time of 29.71. Coming in second is lane 3, that's Sean Malik with a time of 30.009. And coming in fifth with a time of 30.43 is lane 5, that's John Earl. Next up, we have the women's 800-meter freestyle.
But first, we have another short break while the timers make their way from the shallow end back to the deep end.
This is your top-seeded heat for the women's 800-meter freestyle. So we have a mix of all ages here.
In lane 1 from the Halifax Trojans, Allison Redfern. Lane 2 from the Trojans, Juliette Mercier. In lane 3 from the Marlins, Abby Andrews. In lane 4 from the Dalhousie Tigers, Reagan Kroll. In lane 5 from the Dalhousie Tigers, Ella Dobson. In lane 6 from the Trojans, Mary Ellen Holland. In lane 7 from the Crusaders, Catherine Dawson. And in lane 8 from the Wolfville Triton Swim Club, Olivia Williams. I'd like to take a minute to quickly recognize some more of our medalists, starting with the women's 200-meter IM. For the 12 and under category, coming in third was Kiera Higdon from the St. John's Legends, and second was Harlow LeBlanc for the St. John's Legends. And in first, completing the Legends sweep, Claire Chin from the St. John's Legends.
Reagan Kroll is swimming very strong along with Ella and Abby Andrews. Reagan's going to touch in with a time of 103.17, followed by Ella with a time of 106.29, followed by Lane 2's Juliette Mercier with a time of 107.35.
Reagan is looking very strong. In 2022, Reagan was a silver medalist at the U Sports National Championships in this event. Your 13 to 14 medalists in the women's 200 IM. In third, Isabel Wilson from the Aces. In second, Maya Rasick from the Trojans. And in first, from the St. John's Legends, Anna Rideout. For the 15 and over women's 200 IM, in third place from Swim Ottawa, Isla Pulsifer. In second from Swim Ottawa, Isabella Chimera. And your winner from the Halifax Trojans, Julie Nolan McCarthy.
Reagan Kroll is still looking very, very strong. She is going to touch in with a time of 2:11.51, followed by Ella. Ella's going to touch in with a time of 2:15.99, then followed by lane 2. That is Juliette Mercier with a time of 2:19.88. I would now like to inform you guys of our men's 200-meter IM 13 under medalists. In third place from the St. John Legends, we have Nathan Wilson. In second place from Mount Pearl Marlins, we have Owen Carew. And in first place from the Dartmouth Crusaders, we have Brody McPherson. For your 14 to 15 medalists, we have in third place, St. John Legends, James Travers. In second place from SWAT, we have Ethan Kershaw. And in first place from Swim Ottawa, we have Declan Sweetnam. And for your 16 and over men's 200-meter IM medalists from Mount Pearl Marlins, we have Daniel Pierce. In second place from the Rocks, we have Logan Milne. And in first place from the Halifax Trojans, we have Owen Nicholson. And Reagan Kroll flips in with a time of 3:21.86 for the 300-meter mark, followed by Ella Dobson flipping in with a time of 3:26.96. And in third right now, we have Juliette Mercier with a time of 3:37.7.
Mercier will become a Memorial Seahawk next year, and she is strong in the breaststroke and clearly the distance freestyle events, as she is holding very strong here, being topped only by two Dalhousie Tigers, leading the way in all of the age group swimmers. For the women's 50-meter backstroke medalists, in third from the St. John's Legends, Harlow LeBlanc. In second from the St. John Legends, Maddie Latta. And in first from the Kingston Blue Marlins, Helena Tripp. For the 13 to 14 age group, in third place from the Kingston Blue Marlins, Chloe Rudsky. In second from the Aces, Angela Levac. And in first for the Aces, Mia Tomic. For the 15 and over medalist in the women's 50 backstroke, in third, Gwen Kresge from Swim Ottawa. In second, Clara Durling from the Trojans, and in first from the Blue Nose Masters is Isabelle Melanson. Reagan at the 400-meter mark, a 4:32.82, very strong pace for Kroll, but she looks comfortable here. Flipping second is Dobson with a 4:39.04, and it looks like Mercier is still leading the way out of the rest of the pack here. She will flip at a 4:48.00. Now for your medalist in the men's 50-meter backstroke. In third from the Marlins, Owen Carew. In second from the Sackville Waves, Joel Phillips. And in first from the Crusaders, Joshua Tumenpil. For the men's 50 backstroke, in third place from Swim Ottawa, Ewan Von Stratton. In second from the Trojans, Dmitry Popkov. And in first from the Legends, James Travers. For the men's 16 and over medalists in the 50 backstroke, in third from Swim Ottawa, Michael McCormick. In second from the Gander Lakers, Matthew LaCour. And in first from the Kingston Blue Marlins is Ben Winterborn.
It does look like Reagan Kroll is coming in here for her 500-meter mark. She's still looking very strong, breathing every two, but she doesn't look rushed. She's flipping in at a time of 5:43.20. And it's going to be Ella Dobson in second still. Ella's flipping in at a time of 5:51.32. And it is looking like Juliette Mercier is still in third. She's going to flip in with a time of 6:02.77. Reagan Crowell still looking incredibly strong in her 600 meters. She's flipping in with a time of 6:55.85. Ella Dobson flipping in with a time of 7:03.89. She's got 200 meters left. And it's still looking like Juliette Mercier is coming in third right here in this 600-meter mark. Juliette will flip in with a time of 7:16.85.
In lane 6, Mary Ellen Holland at only 12 years old. She is the only person not in the 15 and over age group that was fast enough to qualify for the top 8 heat. That is an incredible feat at only 12 years old.
Very, very impressive.
To be competing with these people who are basically fully grown. There's an 11-year age gap between Mary Ellen Holland and Kroll in lane 4.
Reagan Kroll has swum at U Sports and gotten a medal there. Exactly. And we now have Mary Ellen Holland swimming at 12 years old against her and swimming very well.
Very well. This is an impressive showing from Holland.
Reagan's flipping in with her last 100 meters left. Bell's going to start ringing here. She's going to flip in at a time of 8:07.60.
Kroll here might be on.
You can see her picking up, feet are kicking a little bit stronger. Ella Dobson's flipping down to the sound of the bell with a time of 8:17.04.
Kroll and Dobson are looking very close to best time pace here. We will see if they can just get under those marks or not. And here comes Mercier
picking it up too, flipping in with a time of 8:30.56.
And there goes Holland in lane 6 in 8:37 for her with 100 meters left to go.
And it's looking like Reagan's in her last 25 meters. She's still swimming very, very strong. She is an experienced distance swimmer, as we well know.
And here comes Kroll for the finish.
She's going to touch in with a time of 9:16.32. That is very, very close to her best time. Ella Dobson's now going to touch in. She's touching in with a time of 9:28.75. Fantastic swims.
Also close to a best time for Dobson, and here comes Mercier, still leading the way for the rest of the field.
Mercier touching in with a time of 9:41.96. Fantastic swim. And it's looking like Mary Ellen Holland touching in with a time of 9:48.72. Fantastic swim for a 12-year-old swimmer here.
And that will be good for gold for Mary Ellen Holland in the 12 and under category of the women's 800 freestyle. That brings us to our final event of not only the night but the weekend here at the Dalplex, folks. It is the mixed 400 meter
It's no
freestyle
longer the weekend.
relay.
This is the week.
That's true. It is a
4-day long
Tuesday.
meet. I don't know how these swimmers are still doing it.
Very true. They have done a lot of races, but there's still a few more for some of them. Some of them may even be heading out for the open water competition tomorrow. So there is still another whole day of racing here for some of these swimmers.
For the mixed 400 meter freestyle relay in lane 3, we have SWAT. In lane, their first swimmer is Nelson Daniels. For lane 4 SWAT, we have Ethan Kershaw. And for lane 5's Greenwood Dolphins, we have Elliot Surik.
This is a mixed freestyle relay. It's a very unique event. Each team will consist of 2 male and 2 female swimmers. So this will lead to some head-to-head competitions that you will not typically see at swim meets.
Ewan, I do believe they had this at the Olympics, did they not?
Yes, at the 2021 Olympics, it was the first time ever they introduced the mixed relay to the Olympics. And it looks like the Dunn East Coast Championships
is next event closest to the Olympics. I think that's what we're saying.
And they are showing out here in the lead-off of the mixed freestyle relay.
And it's looking like lane 4, that is SWAT, is going to touch in first with a time of 1:02.7, followed by SWAT, and then followed by the Greenwood Dolphins. So now in the water, your second swimmers is Benjamin Phillips for lane 3, SWAT. Lane 4, SWAT is Morgan Lewis, and lane 5's Greenwood Dolphins is Abby Bond. It is looking like Benjamin Phillips is taking a bit of a lead. Then next is Morgan Lewis. Then in third is Bond. Abby Bond. I did actually just come up with that name on the fly. Yes, Ewan. And touching in first is lane 3, SWAT. They're touching in with a time of 2:05.49. Then coming in is a lane 4 SWAT. They're coming in with a time of 2:10.42. Then coming in is Bond, Abby Bond, with a time of 2:15.47. Now in the water, we have Haley Pothier, Elena Mercier for SWAT lane 4, and in lane 5 for the Greenwood Dolphins is Esri Button. And lane 3 SWAT is touching in first. Now in the water for lane 3 SWAT is Aline Potvin. Next up for lane 4 SWAT is Eugene Legg. And then for lane 5's Greenwood Dolphins is Owen Bond. I wonder if there's any relation, Ewan.
I would have to assume so from the Greenwood Dolphins, Abby and Owen. Again, a very unique opportunity presented. If a brother-sister duo, where else can they share the pool like this than in the mixed freestyle relay? And it's going to be Eugene Legg for the Sackville Waves here, touching first in lane 4.
With a time of 4:16.11. Followed then by lane 3 SWAT, and with a time of 4:28.6. Then is Bond, Owen Bond, with a time of 4:29.84. Next up, heat 2 of 3.
Here in heat 2 of the mixed 400-meter freestyle relay, in lane 1 for the Trojans, it is Jack Robinson. In lane 3 for the Aces, Bailey Ewanchuk. Lane 4 for the Crusaders, Gleb Pokalukin. And lane 5 for the St. John's Legends, Aiden Carroll. Lane 6 for the Toronto Swim Club, Cooper Scott. Lane 7 for Rock Swimming, Ben Thompson. And in lane 8 for the Trojans, Henry Bretzler. Look at the stroke right there in lane 5 on Aiden Carroll. We saw him come third in the 100 freestyle earlier tonight, and he's putting up another great performance here, leading off the 100 freestyle mixed relay, handing it off to Thomas Best. In lane 1, diving in for the Trojans will be Daniel Sutherland. Lane 3 for the Aces, Maxwell Hall-Smith. In lane 4 for the Crusaders, Aiden Airy. Lane 5 for the Legends is Thomas Best. In lane 6 for the Toronto Swim Club, Hannah Greenberg. In lane 7 for Rock Swimming, Miley Hollingworth. And in lane 8 for the Trojans, Jack Rivers Bowerman. And it is Best touching first for the St. John's Legends with a 154.62. He hands it off to Anna Rideout. In lane 1 for the Halifax Trojans, Katrina Bresvin. In lane 3 for the Aces, Alexa Pollard. Lane 4 for the Crusaders, Sophia Dean. Lane 5 for the Legends is Anna Rideout. In lane 6 for the Toronto Swim Club, Quinton Dixon. Lane 7 for Rock Swimming, Isabella Dean. And in lane 8 for the Trojans, Sophia Stade. And it looks like Sophia Dean has made up a little bit of ground here on Rideout, but Rideout still holding strong. It's going to come down to the anchor leg here between the Legends and the Crusaders to take home Heat 2 of the mixed 400 freestyle relay. You hear the crowd starting to make some noise here, trying to egg on their teammates. Diving in nearly neck and neck, 2 tenths separate those teams. Diving into lane 1 for the Trojans will be Rowan Lapointe. In lane 3 for the Aces, Benjamin Sauce. In lane 4 for the Crusaders is Eliana McDonald. And in lane 5 for the Legends is Amelia Young. Lane 6 for the Toronto Swim Club, Lily Sheridan. Lane 7 for Rock Swimming, Aiden Moore. And in lane 8 for the Halifax Trojans, Annika Monkman. Wow, less than 2 tenths now separating lanes 5 and 4. That is the Legends and the Crusaders, but it is the Legends with a slight lead over the Crusaders. That is Amelia Young versus Eliana McDonald here. 25 meters to go. It looks like the Crusaders might have pulled ahead a bit, but it is a close one in the pool today. Amelia Young holding strong here. Who's going to be at the touch? It is McDonald at the touch with a 4:07.93 for the Crusaders. Young in lane 5 for the Legends with a 4:08.42. Less than half a second separating those two. And in lane 3, that is the Aces, anchored by Benjamin Sauce with a 4:12.51. Folks, we have 1 heat of racing left here at the Dalplex, and this will be our final heat of the night, Heat 3 of the mixed 400-meter freestyle relay. Just about everyone in the building here is on their feet for the final heat of racing we're going to get to witness here at the 2023 Ken Dunn East Coast Championships.
Times on the board are official. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're sitting at home, you better be on the edge of your seat for this next race. This is the final race of the 2023 Ken Dunn East Coast Championships. We want to thank you guys for watching with us. We've had a blast. In lane 1, we have the St. John Legends with Kaylee Simmons. In lane 2, we have Swim Ottawa with Zachary Pantaredo. In lane 3, we have the Aces with Emma Jane Fowler. In lane 4, with the Crusaders, we have Oliver Dawood. Lane 5 is Michael Cormick with Swim Ottawa. Lane 6 is Kingston Blue Marlins with Ryan Leighton Matthews. And in lane 8, we have the Toronto Swim Club story with Kyler Bellamy. Looks like lane 5, that's Swim Ottawa, is touching in first with a time of 26.52, about a half a second lead on everyone else. It's looking like lane 5 is keeping their lead, but this is a relay, so things can change drastically. Lane 5's Michael McCormick is touching in for Molly Barber right now. He's touching in with a time of 55.18, followed by lane 4, that's the Crusaders with a time of 56.84. Lane 2 comes in third with a time of 57.18, that's Swim Ottawa. Now in the water for the St. John Legends is King Carter. For lane 2, Swim Ottawa is Claire Bolts. For lane 3's Aces is Mia Tomic. For lane 4's Crusaders is John Clouette. For lane 5, Swim Ottawa, it's Molly Barber. For lane 5's Kingston Blue Marlins, it's Ella Summers. And for lane 8, Toronto Swim Club, it's Maya Gold. Touching in first right now is a lane 5 Swim Ottawa with a time of 1:23.27. That is Molly Barber. Molly Barber is keeping her lead. She's got about a body length on the Crusaders with John Clouette. And now we have Swim Ottawa touching in with a time of 1:55.20, followed by the Crusaders with a time of 1:56.37, followed then by Swim Ottawa B team with a time of 1:58.61. Now in the water for the St. John Legends is Claire Chin. For lane 2, Swim Ottawa is Isla Pulsifer. For lane 3's Aces, it's Robert Pop. For lane 4's Crusaders, it's Rachel Blackmore. For lane 5, Swim Ottawa, it's Danielle Moss. For lane 5's Kingston Blue Marlins, it's Chloe Ratsky. And for lane 8, Toronto Swim Club, it's Jake Redfern. And touching first at the other wall is still Swim Ottawa with a time of 2:22.86. It is looking like Danielle Moss has a good lead on the Crusaders now. It's all going to come down to this final leg. Let us see what happens here. This is an exciting race, Ewan. And it's looking like Swim Ottawa is going to touch in with a time of 2:54.57. Now in the water for Swim Ottawa is Kayla McGregor. In the water for the Crusaders is Cassidy Carroll, and they touch in with a time of 2:56.66. And in third right now is the Aces. Now in the water for them is Luke Atomic. For lane 1, St. John Legends is James Travers. Then lane 2, Swim Ottawa is Alexander Prushkovic. And for lane 6 is Kingston Blue Marlins, it's Ben Winterborn. And for lane 8, Toronto Swim Club, it's Kira Scott. And lane 5, Swim Ottawa, Kayla McGregor's touching in with a time of 3:25.8 at the other side. And now in second is lane 3, that's Aces with a time of 3:24.54. Then it's the Crusaders with a time of 3:25.81. Let's see how this plays out, Ewan.
There's only 25 meters left of race to be swum at the
It does look like
here.
the Aces have pulled off a great place and gotten into second over the Crusaders. But the Swim Ottawa is still going to be in the lead, touching in with a time of 3:50.25. Then it's the Aces with Luke Atomic touching in with a time of 3:53.26. Then it's the Crusaders touching in with a time of 3:57.37. That's some fantastic swimming, Ewan.
Fantastic swimming. Thank you all for watching these races. We still have a couple awards to be presented, which we will run through with you as they happen. But that concludes the racing here at the Dowplex for the 2023 Kendon East Coast Championships.
Me and Ewan would really enjoy commentating for you guys. We would like you guys to thank you guys for watching with us. And we'd like to give a big shout out to all of the timers, officials, meet managers, and everyone for helping out, all the coaches. It's been a long week, and we're happy they were all here to make this run smoothly. For our individual high point awards, we are going to hand those out now. Starting with the 12 and under female high point award, we have a tie between Claire Chin from the St. John Legends and Marianne Holland from a team I couldn't hear.
Congrats to those two swimmers for a great weekend of swimming. 13 and under men's 5 point goes to Nathan
15-15 men's high point is Robert Pop from the Aces. Fantastic swimming. The 15 and over high point is Julianne McCarthy. $16 and over high point award. Kingston Blue Marians, Barmont McCorn. Congratulations to all of those high point winners. Top swims of the meet for the women. 50-meter breaststroke. 684 is Jolyn Nolan McCarthy. That's their highest point of the meet. 684, Jolyn McCarthy for the 50 breasts. Men's swim. 711 FINA points. 400 free is Olivier Risk. Congratulations. That's fantastic. 711 points is a lot, folks. Final awards for the top team. For the women's team, taking third is Swim Ottawa. Taking second is St. John Legends. Top team with 2,442 points is the Halifax Trojans. Men's team.
In third place, the Wilmot Aquatic Aces. In second, the Dartmouth Crusaders. And your top team, the Halifax Trojans Aquatic Club. And for the combined team scores, in third place, it is Swim Ottawa. In second, the St. John's Legends. And your top team of the 2023 Ken Dunn East Coast Championships, your Halifax Trojans. Thank you all again for watching, folks. Safe travels. Have a good night.
And just a reminder, guys, if you are the family of any swimmer or know any swimmers that swam here today, congratulate them. They swam fantastically. Sorry if we butchered any names. Have a good night, guys.
Have a good night.